Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Okay, I blame OBS for that one. Hello everyone, my name is Xanmoas and we're back with Final Fantasy XIV ENDWALKER. As we last left off, I was in Radz-At-Han dealing with the situation at the tower. Oh god, what was her name? The elephant woman was kidnapped by Fandanial. And now I'm pretty sure I'm going to be on a mission to rescue her. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings of our respective locals?
Your time in Thancred has certainly been eventful.
Yes, it has.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thancred.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal. Thus, the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryo, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin. If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radz-At-Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
1 second. Okay.
A military post in what's left of the Limsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental etherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Yes, there is. Motion sickness. Or ethereal sickness. 1,000 guild teleport from Sharian to Radz-At-Han? That's nuts. Right, I can't fly. That's embarrassing. Guess I'm driving. Our friend in the was here. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. Warning scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When you fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. If this is the future of ETH travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning. However, Imperfect would have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. Must be, we should call you Ashna, shouldn't I suppose? Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warning scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you, please accept them with my blessings. Oh, thanks. With these, we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation era, but for all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into two groups. Victoria and her band will break through the tower defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners. We will doubt this one for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Furian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Fandania, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. A bit itchy. Time to begin the first dungeon, finally. That'll do. Final Fantasy IV music, apparently. Power play, so let's proceed with caution. This isn't about a path. The only way is through.
This will hurt.
Good job. Oh god, it's pulling the data. We'll free you from this place. I promise. Strong monster. It says a great surge of ether as if a summoning hath begun. Oh great. Look, those breeding mass. They are monsters come to life. This is where our ways do part. We shall survey the halls below. We'll focus on sustaining the Akasoda. But you must keep going, onwards and upwards. These strong foes. And another one.
You cannot stop us!
And now we face the first boss. This is an abomination, a perversion in people's faith. Be gone from our tower. Be gone or become prey for the Magnus. Oh god.
You underestimate me!
Behold our genius magics.
You cannot stop us!
I have you now.
Well, I'm getting hit a lot. Heal, heal, heal. I'm an out for no heal.
I have you now.
You're mine!
Okay, now I see what's going on. It's dependent on the magic she uses.
You're mine! You're mine!
You're about to die.
You underestimate me.
So you have chosen defiance. Holy Shelton. Blocks incoming attacks. Grants Knight's Resolve. Reduces damage taken by 15%. Oh, that's what we gain. Nice to have for situations like this. What the heck is that? What's it made of, I wonder? Best not to think on it for now. That thing again. From another dungeon.
Underestimate me!
You cannot stop us!
This will hurt.
How about some gear I can use? I wonder how you store on the other sphere. Yeah, that skill's finally useful for something. Sweet. Damn it. So it's to be lance against lance, is it? Another Margaret sister. The tower must be protected. Shall I let it fall here? We're not stealing away our prosperity. Uh-oh. Wait for me.
You underestimate me!
You're mine!
We'll be frozen in time when count reaches 0.
You're mine!
I have to remember that. Reheat it. The call to defend the tower. Uh-oh. Ah, you missed.
From a show!
This will hurt.
Again. Yeah, ethanol's fine. And you're done. I alone cannot expel you. Someone needed more training with the spear. And we press on. Corruption. It feels stronger here. Aye, the talisman trembles to assist it. That's not good.
You cannot stop us!
Come on, how about some fending gear? Yeah. Another chest. Please let it be fending. Healing, damn it. At least I got gear for ults. Gonna grab you. Gotta pay attention to health though. We're so close, and now this. Stay focused. Now is not the time for mistakes. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Funny how they don't look like lunar primals. They just look like ordinary primals. Please don't template like that. Is this your desperation? They face the full wrath of the mages. Oh crap. Going with me, sisters.
You underestimate me.
Let's give them a show!
I have you!
It's gonna be really bad.
show!
Oh, damn.
I have you now.
One down. 2 more to go.
With heart and speed.
Oh, that weekend.
I have you now.
Yes. Take that, Mega Sisters. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Says here I got choker offending. Which is somehow, yeah, okay. $1.7 million EXP, cool. Uh-oh, bad music.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Y'shtola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
Yeah, just be careful.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
What?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
You have to go all anime on it.
And that should be the end of it.
Oh, thanks a lot.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
I feel like this should have been brought up before. You were on Jay. He teleported us all out.
What happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
All of them?
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Liberated prisoners are being transported to Radz-At-Han for treatment. Alisei and Lestora will oversee the admission of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell too. We'll go and join them in the city once you had a moment to catch your breath. Cool. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. Right. Fashan bade us come to Megha-Duta at the earliest convenience. The others will join us there once we finish tending to the prisoners. Oh, wait. On second thought, you and Esteem should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Back to the city then. On Scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. If you require directions to the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Ah, I get to explore the city now. Though I have been to Radz-At-Han before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions for the sentry at the fountain. Either way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. That's actually that much of a maze from the looks of it. Mistress Victoria, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megha-Duta, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Brahma, the highest part of Radz-At-Han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you to the bazaars of the city north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetheryte disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternative path. First, please ascend the steps next to the fountain and continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paksa path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Urvida Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. You have to say here, Studian. Oh yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radz-At-Han's wealthiest families. They took the God of Luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a sanction of their faults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road. This is a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Okay, do it back up then. Heading to McHydaelyns, are you? In that case, please follow the hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Uveda Fibers, though you're free to serve the Altricians. Take care not to use your way. Head this way first. Yeah, I thought so. Fairly rave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff, I dare say. Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread, and the brew, of course, he loves the brew. I never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry, and if that isn't enough, I could always attain something locally. This one's simple. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. Aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at the McHydaelyns. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead across the bridge. You cannot miss it. Up in here? Oh well. I remember passing by here with Krasnia. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us a sight. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamza myself. The meat surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk! Another Vista. Greetings and welcome to Migaduta. May I inquire after your business? Where the members of the Scion of the Seventh Dawn come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we've been expecting you. I will show you to the audience chamber if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Yeah, good job, Gratia.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radz-At-Han.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radz-At-Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Ooh.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay, When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralyn hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee. I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Apologies then. Again, I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. So what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let's return to the mulberry orchard. Understand the mulberries are for the silkworms, grown a stone throws away from the satrap's residence. Gives it the quintessential Thralian flair, don't you think? From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Another ether right there, I should have tuned to. Oops. The word huge apparently means bind in the local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects all others in the city. If we manage to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible, or so I was told. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead and then descend the steps. I thought the stadium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radz-At-Han. Architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. It seems we're on the right track. And here is the F-Light Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here we just cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warning scales. Come, let's join them. Can I tune to this now? Ah, that sucks. Took your time, got turned around, I take it. Though the land have been afforded a respite, in turmoil do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. Excellent, you're in time to hear the latest good news. I'm quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the ether I spent, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think a sampling of the local delicacies is in order. Hamza cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps. What an immense laboratory. How many such places were listed to help forge the warding scales, I wonder? We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Galamald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh, you better.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? I was so groggy from sleep, I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it. Look at that! Its color is completely changed. What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Sharlayan then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
And with that, Radz-At-Han should be complete for now. I go all the way back to Sharlayan. Too bad I can't teleport to Radz-At-Han yet. I'm sure I'm supposed to go back there eventually. Same with Labyrinthos. Oop, went too far. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. Now we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the alliance leaders. As Franklin suggested, you should go get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Victoria. Varro has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Oh, it isn't much. I changed your sheets and pampered Bumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it painting a thesis or defeating deformed entities. So would you like to take a look at your new improved lodgings now? Lost his cow already. We'll get a face for that.
Take heart and protect them well.
What the?
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Oh, we got takeout. Got some McHydaelyns. Oh, we got some big burgers.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Jeez, Alphino, you can do a deep voice.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart. What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Kryl, I hear you recently played literal host to McHydaelyn herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since. McHydaelyn instructed you to carry that flower, yes?
Yep.
'Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radz-At-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. away. That's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Ah, screen now. Zenos.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thancred has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether.
And your voice changes all the time.
If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, Enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more.
You keep a voice?
I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence.
The Austin Powers voice now.
Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable.
Just with a lighter pitch.
You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Huh, okay. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope? I was about to make my way to the stadium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with the Skolak Monte Cargine and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Nostra. It turns out he came here to see us following and hearing, only to find that we already departed for Fafnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we are still waiting for your store and the others, I thought now would be the perfect time to pay him a visit. Okay to join me? It is settled. The twins will be coming too. Assuming Athanol can tear himself away from his new toys, I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Ammonia. Considering my medicine in property, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the stadium for a time. Wait for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. If I could master these finished contraptions, then so can I. Heading out for a stroll? Skolak himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the stadium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Nothing old of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less. Will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Here it is, Ramonian. Well, I expect you to make note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Most of the space is taken up by expensive terrariums. It also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds, and experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. At the center of what would be later become the stadium, it was established to promote the study of ethological Harmonian, hence the name. With ether being the fundamental aspect in nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Harmonian was decreed complete, and the stadium officially opened as a place of learning. For long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority of ethology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Shalian's foremost educational institute. I always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his underlying love for his old stamping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the stadium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and ethology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the stadium at the same age yet? Yes, and from where I stand, you're equally prodigy scholars. Messy to say, but Alphinaud Query entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the stadium's most notorious master debater. No respects have I been in the shadows. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend Alphinaud Levier begun. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapees. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were in the last stand. I know better than anyone that adoration of the student body has for Alphinaud, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, no, there's no time to talk like the peasant. First things first, let's look for the scholar onto Cardigan. Our facility tend to frequent the offices, but unfortunately for us, he's found of wandering wherever his whims take him. Let's put up and ask the students if they've seen him. That was Alphinaud Levier, wasn't it? The Alphinaud Levier. And he's with his sister and Master Boulderson's granddaughter. There can only be one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you were looking for the Skullrock. Yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But Miss Alipol should have a better idea. Things are bad enough during our school days, and Alphinaud's time aboard has only heightened his fame, or should that be infamy? He had his rivals and dictators, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphinaud, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. I assure you, I tell you all about it after my business with the Skullrock has concluded. The Skullrock? Tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? When we turn our attention to Master Levier's graduation feast, I too have my doubts regarding the policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason for the incurred the eye or the form? Or I wouldn't care to see butt heads with those old Kodaks. Hudgers, whatever. You lost? Wandering in the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly me. An invitation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Search's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the stadium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal here is the searches meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the greeners off to find them. Oh, so you wouldn't believe some of the quests we get. Pasia, this tongue of gigantico, that is enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of the students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest greener, you have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I beg your pudding? You're not a gleaner? Then this was all an elaborate ruse? Oh wait, come to think of it, you never claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but he's not. Now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to make his meet. Go back to where you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home of many rare, expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! In the time it's taken me to tell you all this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you need it. Oh, great. Yes, the scholar was here just a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though he spoke at a length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums? What the? There's a feaster here? Guess if you want a view of the classroom. Is it painting?
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisois in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, Grandpa.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
Is that why the guy choked himself?
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
What have you done, Alize? Now we're students.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace.
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea.
So either it's voted out or you die. It's pretty stupid.
For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldesion, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
That was a long lecture. Alright. 525. I got 535, so I don't need to worry about that weapon. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way would better acquaint yourself with Queer Afropod, as the Skolak suggested, while I share my findings with Waha. Yeah, I'll worry about that another time. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the stadium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As suspected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine our way forward. Our friends have been asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa or Mensa. So, the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan. Let us see what awaits us in Philbrand. let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vitra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each of one of these scales. You must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I like to escape the form's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as official representative, bound to be consulting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers, as I await for word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. To Limsa or Limsa. Yes, I'm teleporting. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the animal is at present entertaining the elder Cecia and the Sultana. We are the most powerful women in the world in one room. You need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? My apologies for calling you away from the Shaoyin at short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It's only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and the ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Shaoyin, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To matters worse, a surge of abductions of kobolds, Shaoyin, Axel, and Anata have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph at Radz-At-Han has given us cause to hope once more. It's time to free ourselves from this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Tefroy at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Galamald. These brave few will be Isabar's contingent. Living such process have been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid for the people of Galamald. As recently reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Tefroys every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not to strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there could be no reconciliation, only death without end. And on that, we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower Thancred and Urianger asserted in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the small spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the tower was toppled, we failed to make any headway. Though the same can be said of the Tefroy. There's certainly no rush to press further into our lands. I imagine the spies' primary purpose is to divide us and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ushora's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on the observations inside the tower thought, the spiders siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It would surprise me in the least that if it was being redirected to a larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with the infernal towers.
That's all well and good. What would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way.
We want you and your scales to join the Isoban contingent. Consider it a official request from both the Grand Company of Orzia and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Couldn't have put it better myself. Stola, Thancred, and Yorange are already pledged their support, and they're on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive that you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, the prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warning scales to our amigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Isabad. Lorban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Tefroy so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge that Orzia will be as you left it, or better upon your return. Guess it's time to go to Galamald. Which already sounds like a cold ass place.
Ah, the Wanderer's return.
We're busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warning scales of yours are what made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? How could we know? Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Isabad contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines and render aid onto the Guardians have made me rather unpopular in certain quarters.
Can't please them all.
Sadly not, though I'll do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade.
I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggle will mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Orzia is in safe hands. And you'll fight the good fight in Isabad. I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just.
Thank you, both of you.
We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Ferdinand. From what I've gathered, the protective talismans you attained lead to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contributions on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima for the sake of the people of Galamald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you had a stake in this. I do. The Tef War have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every motor of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Farius and plunging Galamald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Isaban contingent, I would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Consequently, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of the former Lugidas, an attempt to raise me into a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed a hero, I only hinder your efforts. A fair point. But so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few will recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day, they will learn that the royal light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Galamald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? Might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if you don't see you again earlier depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. Okay, so I got a new chess piece. They gotta empty this at some point. Who's wearing level 70 tank gear? Yeah, not bad. Yeah, I didn't think so. A gift? The other members of the Isabad continent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. The remaining members of the Scions, your friends and most of the Isaban continent wait you inside. Would you like me to see you through?
By the 12.
I know some of these people.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Galamald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilzabad contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall. Together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Galamald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Yeah, I can't promise I'll be a white mage for this.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten.
Yeah, you're the one that tried to duel the Admiral.
Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Galamald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Galamald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction.
Yeah.
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Galamald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinard foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain! Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Okay.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
These guys.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Galamald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Galamald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Galamald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Wurlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Galamald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Galamald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the McHydaelyns. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
That was my little cutscene. Yeah, looks like I got a chance to talk to them all. Our prowess has finally been recognized by the Order of the Trin Ada. Naturally, Galamald is also here helping us. Whilst his ability as a bard is unmatched, I do worry about his judgment. However, you need not. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. If you are wondering, Eska will be staying behind to defend the Trollswood with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to our contingent, and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I am, of course, obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Can't lie to you, Victoria, I wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sanson spoke to me, but if means being brothers in arms, then who am I to pettifog? I shouldn't be so hard on him, I suppose. The bard unit is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather uncouth for one to do otherwise, after all. Please, Victoria, the time has come for us Marines to show our value upon the battlefield. All who see us will know our name and creep before our might. Victory, come hells or high water. So the Empire fell. Guardians were the only ones we were allowed to impose tariffs upon the sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself pretty gill. Since they were so generous to me in mind, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. I'm here representing the Marauders Guild, and it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way, mind you. The hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, we could pay the X-Master a visit. He still tells all the new recruits about the time he killed Kujda and avenged the boy's parents. I remember it like it was yesterday. Often his father told me about the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I, too, have crossed swords with the Empire on many occasions. But Galamald has long been our better enemy. Her Grace has elected to bolster the Isabard contingent with members of the Immortal Frames. As representatives of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. We came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Tephoi with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers, Bullseye. We will return soon enough. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Weary Sea and charging about the Azam Steppe with Syria and the others. I say we are overdue for another venture. It brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together, good times and not so good. I expect Galamald will be mostly the latter, but I like to believe we'll look back on these days more fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, okay? I'm so glad I found you. I forward you a letter from Master Hammond. Let's read it together, shall we? Now let's see here. Alright, every couple of this in your fists. will bring the Tefaway to their knees, and should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabout, perhaps sing to them my praises? Charming, master. Well, more for me to thinking the latter will contain something actually inspiring. Let's just forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. I cast my lot with the Papores to bridge the divide between Galamald and her territories, that all may be united in common cause. But disparage as a radical element. Dissenters looking to establish the empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too will surely have met the same fate have I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for all of us. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out that one day that dream will become reality. Oh well, if I'd known the social gathering would turn out to be I have dressed for the occasion. Still, it seems a perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Would I be correct in assuming the ladies over yonder are Syria and Sadu of the steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't actually like the look of the fellow with the enormous axe. Oh, if it isn't Victoria, there's thanks for the small part to you that the manufactory's future is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I am pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Here this expedition has ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing our McHydaelyns plays. Once they have borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. Let me have a look at you. A touch nervous sent to the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be there alongside you as a Temple Knight serving with your fine van. Though I may not look it, I was the Asur Dragoon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all I have in the coming fight. I certainly won't be shown up by you or the Stenian. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude for your role in liberating Bolgia. Me and my countrymen owe you more than we can ever hope to repay. Now that our dream has finally been realized, Radz-At-Han has seen fit to send a few of us into this to join this expeditionary force. I hope our skills will be of use. I'm glad to see you well, Victoria. Grandmother was worried for you. At night, I agreed to come hither and join the contingent. The gods sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled and closer, and as they danced, the world fell into ruin. In blinding chaos, she spied blackened silhouettes and knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that great danger awaits. Whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It's the destiny of the weak to die in economy. Even so, I will do as I agreed. I volunteer to join this band at serious request, and if she thinks that it is worth a cost, then that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on the hunt than any of the steep's oafish men could dream to be. With the more champion than the Dofa having sent so many here, I have fought to defend the steppe in their absence, and I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urged me to grant our allies' son's might, that his radiance may deliver them unto victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dofa dog, as first among my brothers, I could do no less to accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. Ooh. A little bit more. We've been part of a joint military operations like this before, and with far greater numbers. But for some reason, this feels very different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. I do not expect to see the other former Asur Dragoon here about places. As he well knows, I am not one for both greetings. We shall instead let our glances do the talking once we're on the battlefield. Then we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest of allies have to offer. But comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed. I am certain of it. I was expecting to find the man who taught me red magic alongside numbers, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he has his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I have a feeling we'll see him again once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my swordplay has improved since we last met. West are we to have kept with steadfast allies earlier our journey course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances who in time shall we come to call our comrades and mayhap friends. I cross ties with the scouts of the Eastern Alliance and the various resistance groups, and they are an absolute joy to work with. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amaja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in such harsh climate of Isabad. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abductions by the Tefoi. All things considered, they can better aid by the cause by bolstering our defenses in Orozia, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice ere we embark. We must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Oh, I just talked to everyone. Yes? So these are the famed warding scales, enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for the opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Aitor and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To a journey outside Charleswood, much less enter the Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded a Paja. Not am I tagging along to see the sights. The Guardians would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades should fighting break out. Oh, here you got something for us. Ah, these scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, aren't they? Reckon they'd be worth a gill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. One more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they send IIIrds instead? Look at if I know. All the Admiral and Captain you've told me they need someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say that they haven't got a sense of humor. But some of you might be wondering, what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of sodding snow of all places? Well, me and my crew do whatever it needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on their ships. A set of warding scales to spy? Not that I would know what they look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, let's give us one last thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting in Galamald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'll march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Zenos back in the grave where he belongs. What is scales for the Ishgadi Diligent, I take it? Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Galamald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to fall in my lot with those whose secret I was supposed to be sealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I would not disappoint him. In the future of Ishgard, Galamald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. We heard it would be cold in Galamald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We have to keep these closed at all times, yes? I will see that no one replaces there. And, before I would have a message for Heen. Distant lands and times of strife. Together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his word justice. Doma, like much of Offard, has been plagued by the towers, yet while we could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hein and Yuguri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will keep the enemy at bay. And we, at the step of the Eastern Alliance, will pay their efforts by ending this war. Oh, good God. Do you have a warning scale for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the code of Isabad, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming
tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they're no substitute for proper protection. I'll leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Hour Meeting Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I'll have the pirates ready for airships. Oh, finally. Talking a lot sucks. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urijan and I. We still have what we wore in Galamald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Huck, is that the cry of silence and Neva Taylor I hear? Oh. Hello, Tataru. But how? I have my ways, oh yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Isabad without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I made for you whether you like it or not. Never cease to amaze me. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather than pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Xanmoas and Boulderwim have finally returned from assignments in File Lands. How do you pronounce those names? They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Orzia. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Shaolin. Oh, why not? You can keep Cryo company at the Boulderzan Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Immigrass and Boulderwind did a fine job carrying it on in our stead while we were laying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stone, we had nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous was to happen, I would be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Shaolin. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Galamald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the conjugate waiting any longer. Here are your winter rulies, handcrafted by yours truly. Okay, so it's just a coat. Why not? Cast grammar. Nice to have some dyes. I don't have dyes in my inventory. Metallic gold. Yeah, I know, that's dumb. Anything else? Nope. Oh well, will do. I'm told the airship pirate has been sent to beat you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Galamald Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Galamald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Be ready to depart. I will ready the engines. Alright, time for an instance.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly?
Or because of the flying whale there. That's one big airship.
On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the McHydaelyns, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number.
Oh great, we're being invaded already.
However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Galamald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Galamald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm a trump card. Yeah, nice outfit.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right, once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Guess I'm playing as Thancred? Yep, I most likely am. New skills to build. Let me know if there's nothing else you wish to confirm. We may commence the mission as soon as you're ready. This is the mission hinges on the following points. Swift deception renders Thancred invisible and increases his movement speed. While active, enemy soldiers and magitech will be unable to perceive Thancred's presence, even if they were within close proximity. However, it has no effect on the guard's dog's acute sense of smell, and they will be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, the action can only be used outside of combat. It will also be unavailable while Thancred attempts to deactivate magitech fields or execute certain other actions. Thancred's silent takedown will instantly render a soldier unconscious. It can only be used while swift deception is in effect, though it cannot be used on magitech guard dogs. Utilizing silent takedown whenever possible is essential to creating a path to your objectives. As guard dogs can detect Thancred even when swift deception is activated, you can instead use a bewilderment bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, bewilderment bombs have no effect on magitech or soldiers, so take care to choose the right tool for the situation. In the coming battle, you will fight as Thancred. You have two objectives: place explosives on the Imperial Magitech, deactivate the frontline Magitech units via the control terminal. If the guards detect and pursue you, enemy forces will become more aware of the threat you pose, as indicated by the threat awareness gauge. The gauge will gradually fill until you defeated all other enemies. If the gauge is completely filled, the guards will call for reinforcements and the mission will end in failure. Use swift deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. Alright, time to stealth this.
Keep your wits about you. It's time.
Oh, that's
We have
cool.
one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Golden Gate could get messy if I'm not careful. Ah, crap. By controls, time he took a nap. Well, this is a cool mission. Now to set explosives, best keep quiet for now. This might be tricky unless I get rid of one of the slashers. This is like Legend of Zelda when trying to sneak into a Hyrule Castle. So they got guard dogs, eh? No use hiding, they'll soon snip me out. Luckily, I came prepared. No. There's a guy for closer. Nope. Here we go. Crap. That should be the trick. Now to hide and send word.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Crap. Go on. Come on, go.
Must be losing my touch. Come on, move. Oh crap. That's it, the control terminal. Perfect. Well, sort of.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Uh-oh.
Wait! Something's coming!
Dogs. And Magitex.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Oh, that's a cool animation I just did.
Fighters! Protect the others! A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
Oh, at least he's tanking.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
Big Bastard's going straight for the carriages. Stop it in his tracks. Quick, broadside it.
You lot alright back there?
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
I am in the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Oh, that's not good.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
Time to turn the tide.
We have them now. Forward!
The Fire Caravan is safe for the time being, and Thancred's team has thrown the enemy into disarray.
Right! Let them have it!
Now it's our turn.
As a raising bull!
That's her. For Gilia.
You leave them alone. Your fight's with me.
Oh god.
Is everyone all right?
Yeah, couldn't dodge.
Kill or die!
Ah, more fodder for my flames. I mean, at this rate, we'll be overwhelmed. I will not fall so easily. These curs will taste my wrath. Put them quickly. And through a hand. Make way, these routes will rule the day they cross my path. None shall escape my chains. Now's your chance to strike.
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
Good work.
A worthy adversary. Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Radz-At-Han!
Haha.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Did we not capture the general right there? Well, I guess we have.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus, as he gazed upon his barren domain. 800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solace single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
And we finally arrived at Galamald. To a quiet town that's probably dead.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
It'll be long before we have a half-decent camp with so many helping hands. I was concerned the snow might hinder our process, but our Ishgalian friends are used to working conditions like these. In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss our course of action with Usia. Would you mind asking your store and to join us in that building to the northeast of camp? Jose and I will meet you there. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts ever since we arrived. The air is thick with a portable aura of malevolence. This is a monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy, even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the tower assault, only far more terrifying. Ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Now the others, I shall be with you in a few moments. You'll be pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commanding civilian homes. Documents may be long gone, but everything is exactly as he left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they've been tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking out loud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there. Before informing the others of our meeting, when everyone's here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Galamald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Talofaroy's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the McHydaelyns are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the Tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Talofaroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Galamald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields. This too is a vital task, and I appreciate your willingness to see it done. Rest assured that a serving of hot soup will be waiting for you. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Oh, it's be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we fare without it. I must remember to thank you when we next we meet. It makes me realize too that the people of Galamald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these. Even they'd be hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them and quickly. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Ahem, since you asked, we are to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What? Wander around the ice fields on the off chance you find someone? You'll take forever to finish that job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come friends, I know the spot to begin our search. I probably regret this, but we may as well human him. I'm here. To the east. So probably somewhere there. Yep. Spy with my little telescope. A massive sheep thing, or maybe it's a cow? Not what we're after, either way. Is that ether current? Oh no, it's just white sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. Is that ever? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? Oh no, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Next one's northeast. Getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we keep looking around here. And again, it's also possible that she ran past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out from the assistant, it might track wild beasts to your location. It would be safe to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end at failure if you're noticed. Make use of cover, such as rocks, to approach her without being seen. Anyway, the objective will also end at failure if you fall too far behind. Did you fail to complete the objective, try returning to the designated location. Yeah, it's pretty dangerous for a girl like her to be running around with these octopus mouth things. Now she's walking. This could be bad. The guy looks like he might be in trouble. Or not. Oh crap. Sneaky. Phew, still in one piece. Hello. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'll never know that this is my sister Alice and our good friend Victoria. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid for the people of Galamald. Aid? You savages are the one responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came to find out what happened here, in fact. The Tefroy are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Galamald, and they won't stop until they destroy the entire world. They're our enemy. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who have been made foes. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of the affliction. You're the first person we met who hasn't been enslaved. How were you able to escape the Tefroy's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? Alright, my name's Lucina. As for how I managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the war, that terrible war, and then the screams. I was screaming too. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hails are real, I saw one that day. I went past friends, people I know all my life. Eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers. I didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs could take me. You have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's spoil. I mentioned for retired soldiers. Well, it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Lucina said you could be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, will you provide us with means of heating in the place? As a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We have a fire burning in no time. Maybe we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the boat? Yes. Do as you will. Now she seems a bit hostile. I'll be back in a second. I need to use the bathroom. In the meantime, just take a look at the intermission. And I'm back. I'm gonna keep going. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I'm worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave this space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to go somewhere warmer for more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you could do to help them? Huh. To treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be the good occasion to make use of McHydaelyns tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Oops. Numbers is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Woman tinctures? I never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. Me, have you heard of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what happened, but it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, and magic tech that sustained us have come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of cerium, of course. ingot gens is full of the stuff. For all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Oh, as well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet liberation is this? Is it poisoned by any chance? Haha, this is a joke. If I laugh, that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tear would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets afresh. First came the war, then came the war. When morning came, Galamald is no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. When the rubble rose, the disheaved remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or steel, an offering perhaps of the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even from over great distances. There are different types, but this model is far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amorosus, it is. Not all the useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amorosus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. It's a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardships, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe Emperor Ferris lives and that he speaks to us through the radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Ferris would not be defeated so easily. What's that? This is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Latrum? I saw the Regalia's troops heading towards the McHydaelyns a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all dead now. So how did you reach the McHydaelyns? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Yusina, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby our master has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Well, the soldiers scared them off. Wild animals have been roaming close to the settlement. Some have been known to attack people too. I just got the idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue helping us, perhaps you should head to the other side of the lake. A small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract cerium. They still do, from what we can tell. I really tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get our hands on. On top of that, to even reach that den, you have to make it past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough cerium to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. Ah yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoot them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight. But if you rather not take the risk, you need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However, if you decide to head there, please be careful. One thing I don't like is liars. There's someone else in there. At least I'll get the ether current this way. I don't think they intended for me to come up here. But I did. Southwest. So there's still another one around here. Northwest. So yeah, definitely there. Oh, was this a dead end? Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at the Victor Spoil haven't given away our location, you'll never have found us. Those stuck-up assholes thought they could come and roasting in here demanding cerium with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now. The capital's gone to shit. So they resort to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If they think you will give in to intimidation, they got another thing coming. If first in the Royal Light, you're no match for me. There you are. Just after you left, Cena asked me to go catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I had a little experience in transporting barrels of cerium. So this is Trapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the gods? Was these rebels here to save the people of Galamald? Doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up the chance to put those pill bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Guardian. You were brought here from other lands. Gia Abuena, Axia, Boja, Damaska, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others fed bollocks about a better life, all to put to work extracting cerium. I'll give it the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Galamald, says we. About the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is Surya engines. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up cerium from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secret, I'm afraid. Anyway, if it's not cerium, it's used for much these days. What with the city in ruins? We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And no, it helps stop up the cold. It does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your conjugate we got cerium by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. Consider we ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homeland, there's nothing left for us. Thanks to the Empire and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here, would be practically useless outside of Galamald. But we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for cerium, we'll find a way to get by. Even if Galamald, as we knew, is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Isabad conjugate does for the people of Galamald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, the whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it's for the best that is co-signed to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some cerium. So you come seeking cerium, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor Spoil sent you? They turned to their enemies for help. They must have been more desperate than I thought. Again, Lucina's got her little sister to think about. Sister? But we only saw Lucina and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there would be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lucina at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I could spare them a bottle's worth of cerium. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your conjugate. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lucina would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask her about that when we deliver the cerium. Come on, let's hurry back. Now they head back. It's streaming for 4 hours now, apparently. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphinaud would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside this house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Yeah, it looks like it was a trap. Alphinaud, where are you? What the? Damn it all. What the hell happened? They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me, caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear I've fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know all what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the rings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help? What? Or a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves in your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge? You're wrong, that's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, we got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Lucina was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you you're a fool, I'll never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, and she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. Our guardians should sooner die than suffer that insult. Better for them to free, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your foul magics. We were waiting for the chance of freedom since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lucina and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. What was our lands? What was our pride? No, I will not allow it. Better to die free than live in servitude and shame. The girls say the same. I will follow as soon as I can. After I've given them some basic treatment, I'll take the men inside the house and use a light sleeping enchantment to help them rest. I'm sure they don't cause any more trouble. I'm sorry, but this is something I must do. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young woman, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Not sure where they're planning to run. Down here is where it's either them or the conjugate. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for our ailing sister to cross the lake. Nice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. A thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time, and is unlikely to have any connection to Lucina or her sister. This is a big ass search area. Fresh blood. Blood staining from the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. The victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. Yeah, it looks like they got injured. Those idiots. Well, mainly the sister. Ah, they're dead. Good job. You killed your sister. Why'd you take the radio with you? 2 bodies already cold.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
Not your fault, the idiots.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Question is, who killed them? A beast?
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have not ever come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? We may have caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Usia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Alice and Alphino tell me they already finished their preliminary search for survivors. Refrain from saying much more than that. Really, they were reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Galamald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varys Sosgalvis is murdered. And Galamald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandanial, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation,
Okay, that was random. OBS disconnected.
may the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Galamald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it.
While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Galamald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
What happened?
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Hello, stranger.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
Have you not any shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Julius Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Galamald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Galamald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alizé to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Time to do something risky again. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. A safe return takes precedence above all else, remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury be watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Watch this be a trap. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We'll head over that hill and follow the road until we reach Luminal Station 4. Children lead in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alizé and he's Alphino. But last but not least, there's Victoria. Victoria? Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alizé will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being main dangers, so to run, not slanter, run towards the station. If you think everything about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures by the way, we'll go around them. Wait to make a dash for the station. Especially the road he mentioned. If we follow this, it should lead to a station. Not the easiest surface to run on. Better not draw attention. That's the station, I presume. This is it, the first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you have kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They tear us to shreds if we given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Thanks for the boots. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own, but swallow the rest without hesitation. Though we try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, we ought to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. Any ether here? So at the train station. Stairway up. Funny enough, I don't really see stairs, so I have to go round. What funny looking cars. And they've been ambushed. That's one down. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our conjugate has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. The people would need to be taken into custody so that we administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment was simply forced them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who fought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we'll have to keep moving. And another ambush. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. What level is this quest chain? 82. Huh. Like one level above, apparently. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of the side to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. There's gonna be an ether right here. Another ambush. Look at what they become. Would you still stand there and claim they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of the primal ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you think twice before speaking of a cure. If there's an ether right here, but you can't see it, then it must be underground. Oh yeah, subway station then. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine this way. Before I get this one. Hopefully it's not too far. Northwest. Ah. This is Tataru, one of Galamald's largest stations, and now serves as our headquarters. I already sent the trains ahead, and I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. This is a lot of red flags here. Also got a spooky vibe. It's plain to see why they chose this as a base of operations. It could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius is willing to make a perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass and such food, then their own supplies must be all exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold.
Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep these people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guest, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in a locomotive over there. Oh, a tune. There's a feaster there. What?
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Galamald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Galamald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting, after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but... believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Galamald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Yeah, I thought so.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed.
Ah, crap. They know me.
Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for? You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Prisoners of war now. Funny enough, they let me keep my weapon. As per Lord Quintus' instructions, I am to supervise you during your travel here in Tataru. Before you ask, no, I do not have the key or any other means to remove your core, nor would I tell you. If I did, and if you tried anything, you soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision? Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars were the least of your worries. Understood? Though we are somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of the situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wherever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphanode and Alizé will pay the price. It's you, Victoria Gradios. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night of Petroleum fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends, swept them aside in the dozens as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until my countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. Yeah, good luck with that. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business you put you here, you best keep your hands off that F-Flight. It's deactivated, but I will have it you didn't mess around with it. There are others throughout the city built by Galleons for Galleons, could teleport over the blink of the eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Alkalite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Elosia. Come to Groot, have you? I'll wipe that smoke off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Damn. Toward the searchers. Of all the times, the worst of the lots within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If I weren't for the bird bleeding us, we'll be the end of you. Regalia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the war, that terrible war. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you were called as a mercy, mind intact, body broken, a soldier in name alone, I'll cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. Another radio. Sorry. The radio is the same model as the one used in Victor's Spoil. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Where's the last one? Up there. So cold. Yeah, they're suffering, alright. Do you learn anything on note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick are injured at a grave risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they'll soon perish. I realize there is precious little we could do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help tend to them? Who's there? My eyes, they can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. I know, I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fared no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we can gain permission to have a contingent deliver supplies? Winters may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him. Though we need to persuade Julius first. Right, yeah, he's gonna trust me big time. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people here barely have enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as the most families kept rather some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We have some cerium set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of them afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health will only going to get worse instead of better. If it's cerium you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we were to hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of the scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, the loyal servants of the Tefloi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace of what stands in its place. When identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger of the 10th Legion, saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provisional legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Tefloi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running from the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hands. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish before reinforcements reach Galamald. They need help now, and say the word and we'll bring you cerium. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Galamald in the debt of our enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for cerium outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well, after all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. We will begin our search for cerium in Regio Amban Isama. The first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of the station. We will remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Can I at least attune to the crystal? Damn it. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. Every society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Saurus Galvus. Did we come to extract cerium from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our cerium has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we'll commence the search. One there, one there. Nothing this way, damn it. However small by Gallian standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall, as it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by cerium. Several points of interest are marked on the map of the forum Soros. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none will require use of cerium. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of cerium, as Julius said. This, whatever it is, appears to have some sort of symbolic meaning relating to this park. Even though the place is named after Saurus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him, well, at least not anymore. Maybe it was once a fountain, or somewhere the man himself used to sit. Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help wondering. Construction was built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. Of course, for inspection, it appears to be nothing more than a children's slide. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any cerium. Highly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. Couldn't help noticing you gazing over the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. Pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be swapping wet when all was said and done every time. And every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch up death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a cerium powdered heater by chance? I suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out the tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water was still flowing clear and wasn't
wackish muck. Can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery lost, most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. The ridge is still unbearably cold though. Oh yes, just what are your thoughts on magic? The average galleon would jump out of the skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signify and magnifica, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ you a little now? Avenol, as you have a knack for finding dry fruit, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of fur fire should do the trick. Give it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. This tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved that as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after, but that's insane. So, fancy a dip? If you're that concerned for my well-being, you can dive in and help me look. The quicker we find the spirit, the sooner we can get out of there. Delve into the murky water to come up empty-handed. To add entry to insult, icy water on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. You delve into the murky water to come up empty-handed. To add it. Okay. Leave the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be the handle. Open the hatch to refill a ceruleum tank, even though I'm holding nothing. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost, as you become really aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emitting from every limb of your body. Julius would doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him his prize. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Avenol a hand. We are dying because by fire I am reborn and my clothes are mostly dry now. I appreciate you just covering the ceruleum. I wish you taking the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus' eye, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up here in Galamald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded a state. We lived well, better than many. What was Galamald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you can imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sound of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we climbed to the top of the tallest building so we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops of rubble. Those friends are dead. And those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Alright, now that you recovered your escape piece in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Well, at the very least, he seems to be warming up to us. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already covered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe building are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casting using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force guaranteed generated by these devices are relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well to avoid being hit by any sharp will. Before even bothering, though, you should check the war machina's steering gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use the explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Oh, that's convenient. Of course. It's still half full or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Joyce will be pleased by your discovery. More explosive? Wait, is that what I think it is? Done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how LSA and Alphanol are faring.
finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Hey, Thancred.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
My job.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Cool, at least I didn't have to walk.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us.
What action?
My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cult? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizea to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Oh, that's bullshit. I'll kick all your asses.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Get them out of here.
They're keeping their weapons. That's silly. Of Northern Alizea will be fine, but fighting they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus' demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming the conjugant complies, the supplies will surrender will need to be transported here. The task falls to legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot magic armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them of that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask for for further details. In those words, once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. Ask the Isle, he said? Ugh. So that's the way. That's to be the way of it after all this. I want that. You should be the one to reveal the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Galamald. What do you want with me? Ask the Aya, so Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Farius, for the glory of Galamald, I will fulfill my duty. Oh great, something's going on. But that would suggest... Are they planning to summon a primal? Way to go against your belief, guys. Are you done instructed? I'm not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is, you have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. The one other matter, I pretty start like to visit on the way to your camp. A short walk from here. Follow me.
There's gonna be another ether somewhere nearby. Julius lingers to the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Guessing this is your house?
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate.
That's convenient.
When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Galamald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
And that proves it. They're gonna summon their own primal.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
So cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections, a cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
And they got rescued.
The scouts have secured Alizé and Alfino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
Nice try.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Your aim sucks.
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Galamald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop! Both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
Daniel?
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea.
Never mind, never mind.
Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Damn it, man, you don't have to do that.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Well, he did. Yep. Killed himself rather than just simply agree. Much more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Yeah, good luck with that. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of the forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry? A rather short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we are to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they could be persuaded to follow one of their own. I would Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alpha Node, LSA, and the scouts sent to extradite them should already be at the station. I will also have our other commanders in the air lend their support should it be needed. Understood. I gotta drive all the way back. Actually, one close by. Before we go get it. I can. Not gonna be on the bridge, is it? No, there.
Seriously? Victoria and Julius. You arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legators be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, where I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We need to speak with the refugees. They have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see that they reach the camp safely. Some people take their political agendas a little too far, especially when they kill themselves at the end of it. Sometimes believing in a country is not worth killing yourself. Can I finally attune to this? Finally. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, we'd build it all ourselves. Before this all begun, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there was a chance to see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the Alpha sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. What I can tell, the one in La Trum is also functioning as normal. That's where you are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. You, the one who treated me with such kindness. Heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes any much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all that you're left with is anger and fear and hate. And I am too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'll be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we hope to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Blackgrass. With all the creatures Tepid's spoken about, I expect we'll have our hands full. We should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of the Limsa and friends. I'll save it for the temple though. I'll mark a few points that need ferrying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Okay, so I gotta survey 4 locations. More to go. He's one in the middle of those two. No threats.
And that's the last one. Ah, there you are. I suspected I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Thancred proved somewhat troublesome, but the chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. I'll see to that. Would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays. I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Ah, Victoria, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. Must come as a great shock to his men. One of the refugees, I'm told some were receptive to our proposal. I would hear for your first-hand account. That's so many did not hesitate to accept news how desperate the situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops that participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Perfidy notwithstanding, after all, even if I wanted to make a sample of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that the soldiers were acting under the direct orders of the legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any capability, or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. You could say I did not know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. It's 4 o'clock. I think I'm going to end the stream here. I've been streaming for about 6 hours. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and until next time, folks. See ya.